Alrighty, welcome everybody. Just picked up a lighter. I'm not sure why I've got that in my hand. Welcome, Martin. Please come up to lead us in prayer. Oh, there it is. Thanks, Martin. Really appreciate that. Now, please stay standing, and I'll ask Councillor Gilchrist to lead us for our waiata.
This is going to be great. It's finally going to be here, and I love you all doing that. Tura kia koto e ra aku wai Māori e maringi atura kia koto e rangitata ki runga puri ora ki raro te tai o arai te uru ki waho e aku wai mihi e.
Brilliant. Thank you, everyone. Please be seated. Have you got one, Jim? Alrighty, kia ora tātou nā mai, haere mai. Welcome everyone. Welcome to elected members, officers, members of the public. Great to have some people with us today, and also to both Anne and Wayne from the community boards. So we'll go now to apologies. I have none. Public forum. Thank you. We don't have any public forum either. So I go now to identification of urgent business. Councillor Piddington.
Yeah, look, this is on Bede's advice to bring it early. I would like to move that the report on the Theatre Royal and the Heritage Hub be brought out of public excluded. Do you want my reasons now, Nigel?
Yeah, no, go for it. Thanks.
I just think it's a really huge community decision. We said we'd take them on the journey. Here's our first opportunity to do that. If a report comes out afterwards, it's just an abridged version. They don't get the full story and all the options. So that's my reasoning for transparency and to take people on the journey with us.
Kia ora. Thanks, Councillor Piddington. We'll come back to that in a moment. Any other matters of urgent business? Councillor Booth.
Perhaps the water, the contamination issue.
So yeah, so in regard to manganese, so is it minor nature?
Minor nature.
Minor nature. Yeah, can't have that as minor nature. Oh yeah, sorry, sure can. Yeah, no, that's fine. We'll bring that as minor nature.
And I'll declare a conflict of interest right from the outset in regard to that and step away from that minor nature. Thank you.
Yeah, no worries. We'll come to conflicts shortly, but appreciate that. Councillor Burt. Alrighty. Okay, so we'll address. Thank you. We'll address the having the public of the theatre project in public or public excluded. So I'd like to invite Michael to come and talk to us just in regard to legal opinion on the pros and cons. And is there a microphone for Michael? No. Thanks very much. Is it on? It's it. Perfect.
Kia ora koutou, good afternoon everybody. Michael Garbutt's my name. I'm a partner at Anderson Lloyd at Legal Advisors. I assisted the staff prepare the report on that item and did recommend that it be held in the public excluded part of the meeting. And the substance for the reasons for that is really that the information included in the paper includes the quantity surveyor's estimates of some of the costs in comparison to that of the contractor. It identifies some of the elements of contractual risk for council with the project, and those were seen certainly by me as important aspects in the update to you as elected members of the information staff have received, and they want to convey that to you and to talk with you about the implications of that for the project and some of the options on the table that they recommend that you have. So for that reason, I recommended that it's probably in council's best interest to have that matter public excluded to preserve council's ability to negotiate with contractors without all the information from the quantity surveyor being available to that contractor, and some of the contractual risks discussed and be made available to the public and to the contractor, who will be the other party to those negotiations. So it's for that reason that I recommended in council's best interest to exclude the public from that item. But the decision is obviously for you, but that was the reason. Thank you.
Thanks, Michael. Is there any questions for Michael? Yeah, Councillor Piddington.
As we go down the path, Michael, we're obviously, this gets a bit awkward, doesn't it? We're going to discuss with the ratepayers certain options, and for them to be fully briefed, we'd have to attach costs. So are you suggesting we can't do that either?
No, what I'm suggesting is that you discuss the item public excluded. Once you debate that and reach a conclusion, whatever that might be, you're absolutely free to decide what you release to the public, including press releases or anything of that nature. But you would agree that, in my recommendation, rather than just have the discussion in public from the start. Thank you.
Councillor Burt, thank you.
Look, we take information from people all the time that look after our best interest. We're still in a phase whereby we want people accountable for what they do and say around the cost and in a tender process, and in the spirit of fiscal responsibility in terms of maintaining the ability to have that negotiation footing with people. There is such a thing as commercial sensitivity, and in this case, when you read the report, which we all have, and given the gravity of what we've just heard, I believe that should be in the best interest of us and the fiscal responsibility of us making the right decisions to get to a position that might or might not cost us a significant amount of money extra if we put that into the public realm. So I believe that it should actually still be in public excluded.
Councillor Burt.
Well, look, I'd be happy to second the motion, even with the advice I've had. It's long over.
I don't actually have a motion, so.
Oh, sorry. Okay.
That's right.
Okay. We should have brought the public along for this journey long before now, and so where we're at now, I think they should be part of this debate. So that's my thoughts.
Okay, so my question, is there any possible way to do a hybrid on this in regard to what could be in public excluded and what discussion in the interests of the public can be held in public? And I know it's quite a hard one without rewriting a paper for the meeting today. Has anyone thoughts on that? And otherwise, to Michael's point,
I can
yeah.
offer a suggestion.
Yeah.
It's really the information in the quantity surveyor's report around risks and costs that's probably particularly sensitive to council's commercial position. If you were to segment the meeting, I would suggest that that part be considered with the public excluded and remain on the public excluded part of the agenda. Although aspects of that are summarised in the report, obviously, so it becomes difficult to sort of segment it cleanly.
Yeah, no. Okay, point noted. Thank you, Michael. So, any other further discussion before someone moves moves the motion either way? Councillor Lyon.
Thank you, Worship. Look, you know, I favour us going to public excluded for the following reasons: that we've all read the report and we all understand some of the challenges that we all are going to be faced with in the next hour or so. And I think that a robust and full debate amongst staff and council is important, so that we go out to the community with the right and correct information. And I'm fearful that, well, I'm not saying in any way, any shape or form it could occur. There's an element of ability to grandstand in public, and maybe we could have a deep, in-depth and meaningful discussion amongst ourselves with the staff involved and the contractors and those sorts of people as well, so that we do come out with something meaningful with numbers that the public will understand. You know, and that's, to me, that's the only way we can do it, is to come out with an agreed approach forward that will be couched in a way that is understandable and certainly open to debate and comment by the public. So I will be voting against the resolution on those grounds.
Thank you, Councillor Lyon. I'll go to Councillor Booth, and you've had an opportunity to speak, and then we'll go to Councillor Bird, and then if someone can move a recommendation either way, that would be helpful. So, Councillor Booth.
The assumptions that were put out there during the public consultation vary considerably from where we're at now. So that's the reason that I think it needs to be. We need to bring the public along for the ride as soon as possible. Thank you.
Yeah, well, we probably still need a motion that can protect our interests. Yeah. Councillor Burt.
I think Councillor Booth just answered his own question. We're not going to debate whether or not they should have been brought along on the ride earlier or not. It was done, and you guys went along with that to a degree. And so at the end of the day, we're voted on here to protect the interests also of the public in terms of the fiscal responsibility we have to make sure that we do what we do well and at the best cost and the best business proposal to get the best outcome. And today gives us the opportunity, because you've just answered your own questions, the relativity between what was before and now is significant. We need to know and understand that so that we can go back and actually understand what it means and communicate it effectively to the public, and also protect the commercial sensitivity of the potential for other people to be involved. So I think in that situation, we need to keep it where it is. And we do this for that reason.
Thank you, Councillor Pinnitt. I'll let you speak to it, but just on suggestion from the Chief Executive, we'll recommend perhaps a motion if you are going to move one, but I'll let you speak perhaps to the point.
Oh, I was just going to say I'm going to move my recommendation that it's brought out of public excluded because of the reasons Peter's just said. We could turn this decision on its head, and unless we do that in public, no one knows why, how, and who voted for what. So,
well, yeah, I mean, that's, you can choose to release all that information. That's fine. I mean, the risk the risk here is a financial risk. It's around potentially adding millions of dollars worth of cost to the ratepayers. So that let's be clear, that's the risk. But I'm happy to take the motion, and I just would like, if you're comfortable with that, for the B to wrap some words around it, so we just mitigate any risk. Thanks.
Thank you, Your Worship, and Michael, you might like to just test it as well. But the motion being that item 11.1 on the council agenda being the Theatre Royal and Heritage Facility preliminary design presentation be removed from public, excluded, and heard in public. That being the motion, you would look for a mover and a seconder, and it would be put to the vote, Your Worship.
Happy to move.
Thank you. And do we have a seconder? Councillor Booth. So would anyone else like to talk for or against before we put the motion? Councillor Lyon.
Well, I have a question. If this motion is successful, does that mean that the meeting can't proceed on the basis that talks would have to be had with parties that are involved as to whether they were felt able to take part in the discussion at all? I just asked that question on the basis that it was going to be public excluded and people were coming to talk or not. Now, if it was to come out into the public, would those people be comfortable to come and talk in public? I think it's a reasonable question, and I think this is just a stalling tactic, just to slow things down. I think people who are committed to come and talk should be able to, on the basis that they were invited, and not at the last minute change the rules. So I think it's a fair question to be. That's my long-winded question. Should there be a discussion with contributors?
No, and a point well made, and I think what we would look to do if it were successful to come out of public, and that we would talk to the parties involved and seek their level of comfort, because some are obviously commercial entities, and I think that's respectful of their position. We need to be respectful of their position. So we have a mover and a seconder. I'm going to put the motion now. All those in favour, please raise your hands. All those against, please raise your hands. Okay, motion is not carried, and the agenda item stays in public excluded. Councillor Burt.
So that we find a halfway, I would like to pass the motion, or I'm not sure actually in terms of what I wanted to do is to Councillor Piddington's point that at some stage, once we land on the aspects of what it actually means in regard to these changes and the increased costs and what have you, that when it comes out past that, that it is very transparent as to who voted for what and why as part of the narrative when it comes out. And I believe that is something that needs to be done from a transparency aspect, but today, obviously, we need to maintain the ability to have those discussions so that we can meaningfully understand and get the right decision to protect everyone's interest.
You take your point around proactive release, and comfortable for that to be decided now and or within the paper itself. I don't see a need either way. Look, I think we'll all agree that it's in the public's best interest. Ultimately, they're the ones that are paying for this project through ratepayer funding. So, in it, it's going to be a legacy project one way or another, whatever it ends up being. So, yeah, it's important that we, they can. We're accountable to them. I think that's the key element. So, comfortable that we don't have to deal with that now. I think in our best interest, we proactively release information anyway. I would like to move into the agenda at some point, but Councillor Booth.
Is it possible to have something given to the public prior to the 16th this month?
The 16th being, just please note, just be really, really careful that we are in a very privileged position, that we are elected, and understanding that we're in an election cycle. And when I say we're in a privileged position, there's others that are running for election that aren't in this room and don't have the opportunity that we do. And I just really note the point of caution around associating something with an election or not. I just would just be very, very, very wary if that's the direction that you're moving toward. Yeah, we're not in the position to electioneer at all in this chamber. So we just have to be really mindful of the very privileged position we are in. Yeah. So if you're comfortable with that, Councillor Booth, thank you. We'll move now to confirmation of minutes. Conflicts of interest. I note Councillor Peter Burt had a conflict of interest in regard to the manganese. That was the minor nature one, wasn't it?
Manganese, minor nature for manganese.
Thank you.
Conflict declaration.
So any other conflicts? No. Move now to minutes on 7.1, page 6. Have a mover for that, please. Councillor Wills, seconded Councillor Gilchrist. All those in favour, please say aye. Again, the recommendation in the report is the officer's recommendation and not that of elected members at this point. So I'll pass on to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Worship. So I guess as context, we received a submission from the Fraser Park Community Trust as part of the 22-23 annual plan. And then during adoption of the annual plan on 28th of June, Council sought a report from officers around, well, I guess outlining funding options that we could proceed with in relation to the trust. And this is the report back. So very quickly, the report covers 3 options: whether we provide a grant, which has the associated impact on rates, which we outline in the report, whether we go straight to a loan, and we've got the sort of anticipated repayments in there that the trust would need to be able to afford, and then the third option is around actually the staff option in terms of not proceeding any further with a grant or a loan. So from my perspective, Council has two planning tools, the annual plan and the long-term plan. And so we go through the process of considering options and funding requests from various community groups around projects and plans. And at that time, we normally consider them against all the other priorities and all the other projects within either the annual plan and the long-term plan. And so it's on that basis that council officers are recommending that this request is considered as part of the next full annual plan process. So not as a late submission to an annual plan, that we engage with the trust at an early point, and that it's considered against all competing priorities and programs at that point in time. So as Your Worship mentioned, that's the staff recommendation on this one. And happy to take questions.
Thank you, Jason. Questions from the floor? Fraser Park, Councillor Booth.
I'm just probably, what's the situation with the park at the present time? Has it actually been, can anyone comment on that? Because I understand it's already been sort of half started, or
No.
they've haven't cut the grass. And
So I think in the report, I think it said they were just waiting on whether a hold up that was dated September 22. Where did I read that? There was something there.
Yeah, they pulled gear out of it last year, Nige.
Yeah.
And it's sitting empty, it's being unused. They're just waiting for their final funding so they could move forward.
I don't know if that's correct in regard to the funding though, because now there's something, sorry, I read somewhere, I thought it signed off on September 22 that they were waiting, or did I get the date wrong? That they were waiting, it wasn't funding related. Is anyone able to clarify that either way? Oh, no, so what I'm picking up actually, that's from the other agenda. Yeah, so if we, it's the Stimulus Fund Accountability. There's a note to it in there, I believe, that it's not, and we might just, for interest's sake, might just flick through, I'll just flick through and try and find that, because the report does speak to, because I think it's an important part to note whether it's waiting on funding or not, but in the accountability funding form, which was, yeah, thank you. Yeah. So dated 9th of the 8th, 2022, and the reason for extension, our main contractors have been unable to start construction due to delays with whether they will be on site as soon as practicable. So we'll move now back to questions, Councillor Booth.
Yeah, look, 2016, there was a restructure of the trust. I believe Councillor Welsh, you may have been involved in that. So did we gift them the land back and also write off a loan which they couldn't repay? So can someone fill in the gaps for me? It just seems that we're always giving the money. And so I'm quite concerned about that, because it would appear that if we did this, we would end up with another liability. So, I mean, the rugby union employ half a dozen people up there and they get funding from somewhere. They should be paying their way towards that facility. And I don't know what's gone wrong over the years, but perhaps Councillor Welsh, you can fill me in a wee bit.
There's certainly a lot of history, and this has been debated and discussed for many years, and subsequently through negotiation between the Fraser Park Trust and Timber District Council, we ended up gifting back the grounds for their full consultation and development as they see it fit. So as a result of that, yes, there was some outstanding money that, as part of the opportunity for them to redevelop it, we decided no, it's best for them to go down their own line. And then with the particular funding models that we've supported them, moving through from then to now, I think we've more than done enough to try and assist and support for the development of where they want to take their Fraser Park development now. So I was going to recommend that we do not support their application, but also go for the preferred option of option number 3 as well. So I'm happy to move that, considering all the other history and behind the background to it.
Thank you, Councillor Wills. Look, and I just wanted to note, I think Jason raises a very, very valid point, and understanding that we do want these projects to go ahead. I think it's important, and that's recognised by the funding that we've already supported with this. But there, to note, there are other projects that come outside of cycle to us, and it may not be perfect, the annual plan and long-term planning cycle, but for financial prudency and consideration and fairness across other competing projects, to Jason's point, I think the process of the annual plan would make good sense. So I'll go to some questions from the floor and recognise that you've moved that motion. So we'll go now to Councillor Piddington. Thanks.
Look, I have some sympathy for the rugby union for about 3 or 4 reasons. One, if it was on our ground, we'd be paying the whole project cost almost of 7.5 mil. They have been to us on numerous occasions, so I get the feeling they get bounced around back into an annual plan process. I'm supportive of giving them something to get it underway again. They're facing the same cost we're facing on our projects without having the ability to just dip in somewhere and get some more money. Yeah, and I'm kind of happy with your suggestion, Nigel, on the annual plan, as long as that's the same for everyone.
No, yeah.
We don't make that decision that one group have to go back to the annual plan. Someone comes in 3 weeks and we go, oh, we'll do that. So if that's the way we're going to run, that's the way we're going to run. But it's got to be consistent.
No, look, and the reason why I made that point is that we've had requests from the likes of the Lions Bike Park wanted some increased funding, which wasn't available in Parks and Rec, and we haven't had any formal requests, but there might be others from other community type groups, and that's the point that's well made, I think, by yourself and also Jason around that fairness and equity across projects. Yeah. But recognise still, I think this is a great community project, and we want to support it and go ahead. But it's the process around how we support that. We've got now Councillor Lyon.
Thank you, Worship. Look, the record shows that the council has supported this project, all the way through, and I guess this project is in a position like most other projects within New Zealand at this moment that have been priced, 18 months ago or 2 years, and circumstances have moved on, and it's become quite a difficult time to justify the amount of money that you've got appropriated for the build and the build. So the trust finds itself in the same position as many situations around New Zealand, and as we do as a council in some respects and some of the things that we are doing. So that doesn't immediately put the council, in my view, in the spotlight to be the provider of the gap funding because of those circumstances. We've got to do an element of that on our own properties and things that we are doing, and we will do that in debate and in consultation with our fellow ratepayers. But I don't know that it's an opportunity for us at this point to just now cover the cost overruns or not, whatever they are. I don't know quite what they are, but we can understand that's potentially what it is. And I don't think this is the time for us as a council to be volunteering cleanly to give the 1.2 million just like that. I think that we would be doing our ratepayers a disservice at this point, knowing that we all want the project to succeed, but there's many other projects we want to succeed as well. So we've got to be fair. So I like the approach that the Mayor's been talking about. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Lyon. Councillor Parker.
Thank you, Mayor Brown. Like my fellow councillors, I totally support this project, but I will be happy to second Councillor Wools's motion on the further that these funds haven't been allocated. It's further rating burden on our ratepayers at this time, and I think it does need to be considered with other projects, and that it needs to come back into the annual plan process. So on those grounds, I'd happy to second your motion. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Parker. Councillor Burt.
Yeah, my point then, based on what everyone else has said as well, it comes down to the quantum. The amount of money we're talking about by necessity would have to be in an annual or LTP plan. I do feel sorry for the everyone in this, and as I said, we live in interesting times, and what has caused the overruns and increases and everything. We all know about that. This project won't die in the ditch. It'll go on. Necessity is the mother of invention, and the people that are supporting and running this will find a way. We've as a community, or through our community as councillors, we've contributed significantly. So I will be voting for the motion.
Thank you, Councillor Burt. Any further discussion? I just want to confirm that it is the motion option 3. Do you just want to go with the recommendation on the page 1 of the report that the council does not grant or loan any further funding to the Fraser Park Community Trust, and that the request is considered as part of the annual plan process? Because I think that encapsulates both. So comfortable with that? Any further discussion? I'm going to put the motion now. All those in favour, please say aye. All those against, say aye. No, carried. Thank you. Thank you, Azura and Jason, for that. We go now to dog control report, and welcome, Debbie. Just asked if you're able to turn the mic off. Floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and councillors. So this is just the annual report. It's required by statute, and it outlines just the activities for the animal control unit over the last year. There's not been much difference between last year and this year's activities, and there's just one major outlier, and that is a 72% reduction in microchipping infringements and us following up on microchipping, and that's really purely due to the COVID and us not wanting to get involved in handling dogs and the public in general in terms of that infectious control scenario. So other than that, there's not many other outliers, just a few in the report, so I'll take the report as read, and happy to receive any questions.
Thanks, Debbie. Questions? Councillor Oliver.
We initiated some free microchipping last year. Are we going down the route of some more free microchipping to get some of these dogs microchipped?
Yes, we will be, as soon as we've done our risk assessments to re-engage, and depending on the traffic light system.
Okay.
Yep.
Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Oliver. Any further questions while you've got the team in front of us in regard to dogs? good opportunity. Councillor Booth?
Haven't got a dog, but, failure to comply with microchipping requirements dropped from 145 back to 40, so that was to do with what you just said about the.
Yes, that's correct. We didn't feel that it was fair to pursue the microchipping by infringement if we didn't offer a service of providing free microchipping through the
And does
clinics.
that sort of explain the phased registered dogs increased by 20%?
So
Has it got something to do with that?
no, they're different.
Just being bad?
Different. It just, yeah, no, that's a completely different scenario.
That's right.
Councillor Riley, this is a dog question, not a canary question.
Let me think about that. Thank you, Your Worship. Just on running on the up north where they had the huge problem with people having a lot of dogs and regards dog fighting or something, and I see behaviour ones through here. Is there any happenings around here, with dog fighting, which is, rather a tragic thing to happen in our communities? Or is there do you see any evidence of it happening?
I'll defer that question to Joe, who's in the
Mr. Joe.
community quite a bit.
No, luckily in our district we don't see any evidence of it. Yeah, that's all I can really say on that. We're really, really lucky that, we haven't come across anything tragic like that.
Yeah, it is.
That happened up North Island. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Already, thank you. And Councillor Riley, you happy to move this report?
Yes, with that. Yeah, I will. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you. Councillor Parker, seconder. Any further discussion? Put the motion to the floor. All those in favour, please say aye. Against, carried. Thank you. Thanks, team. Really appreciate that. And thanks for all the work out there. No, it's not easy, with some of the calls that you've got to do in regard to animal control. So we appreciate all that work.
Thank you.
Thank you. Alrighty, move now to 8.3, and I think Grant's here. Yep, fantastic. Come on up, Grant. Stimulus Fund Accountability and Extension Requests Received. And Beth, welcome. I'll hand over to you, team.
Right, so this is an update on the stimulus funding and the requirement of the organisations that were granted funding to provide accountability reports, and the criteria there was 2 months following the completion of the project. At this stage there was 10 stimulus funds approved, and after the first round 5 were completed, the council provided extension for 5 more, those uncompleted, and since then subsequently 2 have been completed. In front of you there's advice of the 3 that haven't been completed, and Fraser Park, Temuka Community and the Central South Island Trail. The reasons are included. We've followed up with each of the organisations as to the reasons why they haven't, the expenditure hasn't been finished or been used for the purpose at this stage, and the reasons are there why they've submitted. So that's where we're at basically.
Cool, thank you. Look, I'm comfortable with the 3 all good projects. Temuka, I know that they discussed that at the community board meeting recently, and they just need to find someone else to do that work. Central South Island Trails, they've done a pretty good job in delivering, and I know they're working on the next part through to Cave, which is fantastic. And I know there was pretty general support amongst the elected members around Fraser Park as well. So I'm happy to move that we approve those extensions. Yeah, no, that's right. Yeah. So yeah, I'm happy to move the approvals, and yeah, we'll go to Councillor Park first.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm happy to second that motion. They all contribute to the wellbeing and economic activity for our region, which the fund was purpose was for. So yes, happy to second.
Thank you. Sorry, that was just all everyone at once. As far as seconding, was it? No other further discussion? No, that's cool. Okay, we'll put the motion to the floor. All those in favour, please say aye. Against, carried. Thank you. Thanks, team. Appreciate that report. And appreciate elected members being so quick on the draw as well. Move now to 8.4, which is the proposed district plan. For those online, hold on to your seats. Welcome, Paul.
Thank you kindly, Your Worship. We find ourselves at a key milestone in the review of our district plan, and although we aren't at the end is probably now in sight, and after many years of development, we have our proposed district plan, and we're hoping to see that notified in the next 2 weeks after today. It has been a huge undertaking by the whole of council, governance officers, and quite a large team of consultants, and most of that work has happened under Mark Gaddis, who's acting for us as a consultant currently, and latterly under our planning manager Hamish, who is missing in action, hopefully to arrive shortly. But if we can take this report as read, obviously it covers a huge document and a huge amount of work, and hopefully if there are any questions, I'll be able to answer them.
Thanks, Paul. Go to Councillor Gilchrist.
Not a question actually. It's a really exciting to have this brought to council today. It's been such a massive undertaking, and I'm sure we all are hugely appreciative of all the staff and consultant and councillor workshop time that's gone into this massive piece of work, and the benefits of taking it out to our community first for feedback and the changes that's allowed. So hopefully we've got a document that's really fit for purpose. We've also had great involvement from Runanga, which is really exciting, and I understand the risks of delay, and so with that in mind, I'm really happy to move our recommendations 1, 2 and 3, that the proposed district plan is approved for public notification.
Thanks, Councillor Gilchrist. Just for the interest of the public, could you just talk briefly around the process from now on? So we notify, and obviously we've been through a long, drafting stage. It's taken many years, and we put out the draft district plan. And for those out there that are wanting to give us feedback, what does that look like?
Absolutely, Your Worship. Yep. So if we decide to, if council decide to notify today, within 2 weeks' time, we will publicly notify the proposed district plan. At that point, we start the statutory process covered by Schedule 1 of the RMA, and we will be open to receive submissions on the proposed district plan. That initial submissions period, we're going to keep open for 3 months. There is a statutory minimum, which from memory I think is 6 weeks, but we're looking to hold that open for 12 weeks, for 3 months, in order to make sure that we get everybody involved who can be involved, and to give them time to give a considered submission to the process. What happens then is we move to submissions on the submissions, if you like, which is an interesting exercise. But I suppose what that does do is, if you have countering views, they have an opportunity to comment on the other view and the other submission. We then move to hearings. We have 57 chapters, so that's quite a bit of work in the next 2 years to cover in terms of getting through those hearings and getting a product that will become the operative district plan in between 2 and 4 years' time. If there are appeals that go beyond the hearings that go to the Environment Court, then that may extend that 2 years out to about 4 years from here. But as I said, we've come a long way, and we're now just finalising the shape of that operative district plan as it will be in 2 to 4 years' time.
Thank you. Any further questions? Do we have a mover? Just like to note also, just when Mayor's met recently with Minister Parker, there was across Canterbury, there's a district plans in varying states of being operative, first, second, those sorts of things, and his advice was just keep on doing what you're doing, even with RMA reform, looming at some point, because that is, we know, a big beast, but it's going to take some time. So a lot of what we're doing now will feed, I believe, probably quite positively into that. So I think that's, very helpful. So, Hamish, would you like to add anything?
Well, thank you. I mean, obviously, this is a major sort of step, and for the council, and in a way, we should have quite a bit of pride in being a leader here in South Canterbury. I think the team have done a fantastic job, but also yourselves for what you've put into this over the years. There's been a number of kind of really important conversations, and district plans. I mean, we heard about sort of the core of this morning around urban growth, but they also touch on urban design, heritage, biodiversity, natural hazards, climate change, public access, financial contributions, so many different topics that it is quite an important document for council to have in its up-to-date state as it possibly can, which sets us up really well for what's coming under the resource management reforms, which we can't entirely predict, but a lot of that kind of infrastructure that sits behind district plans is something that will probably stay in place there for some time into the future before we get into combined plans. So that's really all I had can really add to the conversation.
Fantastic, thanks, Hamish, and happy to have someone second that. I'll go to you in just a moment, Councillor Burt, but we'd just like to extend our thanks to the team. A lot of work. I know Mark started it, and Megan and Alex and been involved, and Hamish has taken over, and for Paul for your contribution as well. We always look forward to those riveting Tuesday afternoons with district plan discussions, and it's a real shame that we're not going to be able to partake in those into the future. But I do really appreciate all the work. It's a big document, a lot of work, and I take my hat off to you as far as the community consultation. When you saw an issue, you embraced it, and you said, actually, let's be really proactive. And we had some, interesting roadblocks with what was in the draft plan, and we had some, good feedback, but I think it's probably going to get us to a better place ultimately. I'll go now to Councillor Burt.
So just to your point, Your Worship, around the question is, with the RMA reform and in the form that it looks like in the Randerson report, and many of those things are significantly far-reaching, and any reforms there usurp our district plan if they do come into being. Is that correct? So if the Randerson report, in terms of the RMA potential for change, comes in, aspects of our district plan will become effectively, in terms of the hierarchy of what is required to shape what we do around our RMA reform or our RMA laws, that actually usurps our district plan. Is that correct?
To answer that question, this will form part of the transitional plan, which will sit there until presumably a combined plan of whatever sort of format it takes comes into place. I understand from my taking of what the Minister said the other week in Christchurch was that they would first require councils to do a sort of a spatial plan, which is quite a high level one, before they then write the plan, the combined plan, which would then in theory replace our current plans. that being the case, that is quite some time into the future because they have to first form a committee to do that. There will be certain regions which will be ahead of other ones, and the government seem to anticipate that they would click and certain regions would start their processes in a schedule which they only know what that is. So whatever we produce will be with us for some time, and hope, enshrined going through that process that's currently there.
Okay, so with that, I'll second that motion. Thank you.
Fantastic. So last opportunity, any further discussion before I put the motion? No, put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Against? Carried. Thanks, team. Really appreciate that. Alrighty, thanks team. We'll go now to minor nature, and so we've got the issue of manganese raised by Councillor Booth, so I'll just get you to talk to your questions if you like.
Thank you, Mayor Bowen. Look, I'm in receipt of a report that was prepared by Environment Canterbury around our water issue, investigation into our water issue over Christmas last year, what it was. And obviously it's become quite apparent that the manganese from a rather large silage pit, which was allowed to be established within a drinking water zone, rightly or wrongly, it's identified as probably the cause of the manganese in our water. And we, I guess, right at the time when we have been up against the Three Waters reforms, and obviously, Mayor Bowen, you've been defending that. But I'm concerned that we haven't actually. I've mentioned a couple of times we really needed to have our own independent experts and not rely upon the regulatory authority actually investigating themselves. And I'm quite concerned about that. I understand from our Chief Executive that there are moves afoot, but really it's cost a lot of money, and not only money, it's cost our reputation quite severely. And you were grilled about that in the select process in Wellington the other day, and in actual fact, really we should be trying to hold someone accountable for this. Someone's done the wrong thing, and for that to have happened, it's put all our ratepayers' drinking water at risk, and our reputation, and it's also costs us money. So I'd like to see, I'd like to see something being done about it, and we should have our own independent advice. Yep.
Thanks, Councillor Booth. And I echo your sentiments, and it is frustrating that it's taken time it has to get that information to us, when we did highlight numerous times that there was other things at play, and that was our position on Three Waters reform, knowing that it was unlikely to be a fault of the pipes effectively, or the fault of the territorial authority. And I think our team did a great job in mitigating the effects and getting us to a position where we, could still deliver quality, although coloured product to our ratepayers in urban Timaru, but frustrating for the people at the time. So let's talk about next steps, and I'll just ask perhaps Mr Dixon and Mr Curran to discuss the analysis of their report, and then also when we might be likely to have ECAN come and present, I think is key as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Worship. So, we have engaged a scientist from PDP, Peter Callender, to undertake a peer review. And we think that's an appropriate step to take because he can take the report and assess the assumptions, assess the data, and report to us on his conclusions. Now, we are asking for that to be done on an expedited basis, and we always made it clear to ECAN when they spoke to us that the report that they prepared would be discussed in an open meeting and so on. So as soon as we have it available, but I think we engaged Mr Callender, I think in the last week or so, and I don't know if Mr Dixon's able to update us on how long, but we have asked him to do it as promptly as possible. Now, there's probably a deal of work for him to undertake to complete that, because he also will be aware that others will be casting a professional eye over his critique of that report. And as soon as we have it, we will. But I think at this stage, getting an independent peer review of that report will tell us whether or not there's merit in us commissioning our own report, which would take a considerable length of time and probably would cost a reasonable amount of money. But he will be able to tell us whether there's any benefit in that from his assessment of the ECAN prepared report.
Well, I guess I'd like to think that we could broaden that scope and actually do an independent review of the entire incident, whereas you're looking at the silage pit itself, the location, and looking at all our readings and actually coming to forming their own report, and actually looking at the fact who consented it and who allowed that to happen and who's responsible for that. That's what I would like to see, because this Environment Canterbury report is actually a snow job. And what I see here, they've used a number of different scales to make the manganese level look less than it really was. And when you put them all onto one scale, it's very obvious, and it's what actually happened. And so, someone needs to take responsibility, and unfortunately, the regulatory authority who was supposed to be doing their job, and in my opinion, failed. We need to have an independent investigation on a broad scale.
One of the issues in getting an independent investigation is that Environment Canterbury have the data. So in reality, the peer review is an independent investigation, because they will have access to all the data and will be able to independently review and look at the conclusions that they have reached. Now, the activity was not consented. That is an issue. Whether it needed to be consented or not, I don't know. ECAN would have to answer that question. So it is important that we work with ECAN in order to have access to all the information that's there. We certainly contributed some of that data, but only a small part of it. So
did we as a council know, and were we warned about the fact there was a large silage pit right beside our water intake?
That had been noted, that was a potential source, and the ECAN did follow. And that's when it was removed. It is very hard. At the end of the day, we have to prove without doubt that that was the cause, and if the report that has been presented from ECAN is it is most likely but not confirm. Our independent review may reach another conclusion, and I hope they do.
Councillor Puddington, thanks.
Look, I support Councillor Booth's comments mainly that we need to, I'm happy with what Andrew said, I understand the figures and that, but I mean to cut to the chase, and we're looking for compensation from ECAN, because we've got to know what we're doing all this for, if that makes sense as well. And historically, have they ever given us any compensation for errors on their behalf? Because, I mean, I'm asking where we're trying to get to with this. Because there's not point spending tens of thousands of dollars to say it was a silage pit, but we can't do anything, if you know what I mean.
Well, I guess what was, perhaps the chief executive could offer a number of what it actually cost us, other than our reputation in dollar numbers.
Yeah, I'm not trying to pass a bad penny or a hot potato around here, but I know that, I do know that for instance, we had some direct costs such as the tankers, and I think by the time we paid for those and any infrastructure that was needed, it was about 130 to 150,000, was it, Andrew? Then we had maybe some, what you might call indirect costs, where we advanced part of the Pariora pipeline in order to give ourselves a bit more redundancy and resilience against not being able to take as much water as we wanted. How much was that in the round, Andrew?
It was about 130, I think, yeah. Additional cost for the fast tracking, yeah.
We would also have, sorry, Richard,
You just jump out and we'll get you back in. Thank you.
I mean, then there's other costs that are a bit harder for us to attribute because we didn't sort of specify exactly of our officers the time that they spent, because there was a considerable amount of effort put in by officers over the Christmas New Year period to identify the issue and then work out how to resolve it, and then I think they had some river works done so that we could take more from one of the infiltration galleries that weren't as susceptible to the manganese and so on. But some of those had, some of those costs, such as the officer costs, would be quite hard for us to specify because we're incurring them anyway, and it's probably work they didn't do because they were diverted in order to go and attend to this matter. So that's the likes of our drainage and water manager, our person who runs Claremont, Mr. Clements, and some of his team and so on. So it's that sort of cost that's a bit more difficult, but there's no doubt we incurred a material sum of money managing that issue in a very short order, and it was made clear at the select committee when the matter was put by the member for Christchurch Central that this was a regulatory issue, not an issue of the Territorial Authority, who actually was able to respond quickly and with their contractors comprehensively to resolve the issue. Andrew, are you able to add anything to the costs in order to enlighten the councillors?
Well, the other thing I would point out, there is a little bit of a flip side in that there were cost savings because we weren't actually pumping from the Opahi during that period, so extensive time. So there was a slight reduction in costs there, and power costs there.
Councillor Booth.
I guess I note that they were installed in 2017, these bores. What was the reason? Why were they installed? Was there some other... Was there an issue found and you're trying to work out what was going on?
You're talking about regard to the test bores?
Test bores, yeah. There was 3 test bores in there already, of which the one was really, really high, which was directly below the silage pit. What was the reason?
Did that line up with extension of the water protection zone area, the test bores?
Yeah, they were monitoring bores. Part of that's tied up with our resource consent requirements for taking of water, and the other side of it is for protection and basically, making sure the water quality is suitable around where we're taking the water. So some of those bores were installed by us and some were installed by ECAN.
So did the idea that there was a silage pit less than a couple of 100 metres away, did that not, was that that obviously would have been considered when the consent, when you were fulfilling requirements around the consent. The fact that that was in a drinking zone, a drinking water zone.
the silage pit had been there for quite a while and it showed no issue. I think that the change was potentially due to the fact that the silage pit increased in size quite markedly with the change in the farming operation of that particular farm.
Okay, I think you've got the gist of what we need.
Yeah, I think so. I think we can move forward. And look, the key thing, I mean, the consenting one's an interesting one. Does it have existing use rights or not? It's actually not for us to decide that, but we'll be an interested party, obviously. So, you know, next steps, I'm comfortable that we are going to be reviewing that. I think the key thing is that we need within that scope is understanding that the data set is, you know, because it's about inputs, and you're going to get out what, you know, inputs are provided. So is that relevant? So I think we just need to know that. Is it, you know, broad enough in scale to give us the data that we need? And then as far as next steps, I think one of the concerning things is, you know, our water protection zones across the district. We just need, we need, you know, probably a written guarantee, and I know they are looking at those specifically, but that they are, you know, being monitored correctly. And, you know, do we or our officers have any concerns around any of the other zones? That would be my concern or immediate concern.
Certainly ECAN are more aware of their responsibilities around water protection zones, and in fact up at the Rari, where the Tamuka water takers, ECAN declined a resource consent quite recently for a truck stop, which included the storage of fuel tanks. So yeah, I think they definitely got that. And under the Water Services Act, which went through in November last year, there is some legal obligations on the Regional Council regarding water protection zones.
Yeah, cool. So I know ECAN have offered to come and talk to us, and I think it's really important that they come to the chamber and we can have a discussion. Is that likely? I'm conscious that we've only got one more meeting. Is that likely, do you think, to line up with the 4th of October? Anyone able to say yay or no?
Yeah, well, I would certainly approach ECAN and we can try. It will be, yeah, whether they're available and whether they're willing. But
yeah, look, I think they offered that in the report that they would come and have a discussion with us. So
I think, Your Worship, yes, we can certainly extend the invitation with a degree of urgency attached to it. The other part is whether the peer review can be completed by then. I think it would be helpful if we were able to have both, and that's really what we're seeking to have at the same time.
no, that's a valid point. Well, ideally that lines up, and if not, it's consideration for the next council. Councillor Booth.
I just do note that they actually have already supplied a peer review, so it's not much point, you know, that was included in that information you sent.
Yes, so through you, Your Worship, when ECAN first advised us about the imminent arrival of the report, we had a discussion with them and suggested that it may be appropriate for them to get a peer review of their own work for the point that you had raised, Councillor Booth, that they're the regulatory authority, they're doing an investigation on themselves in one sense. And so, but we also signalled that we ourselves would get our person who would review it according to our terms of reference and so on. So there's a peer review for them of their work, but we are seeking our own independent peer review so that we get the assurance around that report that we ourselves have had an opportunity to test it, if you like.
Cool. Thank you. And I think, you know, that consideration of any costs which Councillor Piddington knew raises just probably for a future discussion once we have further information. So thanks, Andrew. I think we can move on now. So we've addressed minor natures. Before we move to public excluded, we might just adjourn for 5 minutes, and then when we come back in, we will head towards that public excluded item. So if you just take an adjournment for 5 minutes, thanks. Sorry team, just take your seats for 1 sec, we need to move to public excluded and then adjourn. So back in session. Can I have a mover? Councillor Booth, Councillor Gilchrist, all those in favour please say aye. Against, carried, thank you. So we'll just adjourn for 5 minutes and we'll get everyone in, thank you. just got to do that. I'll move us out of public excluded. Councillor Walls, thank you. Put the motion to the floor. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against, thank you. Thank you, officers, and thank you, elected members, for a big day. Thank you, Michael, and thank you to all the team. 5:34. Thank you.
There you go.